Hi, Carrie. Carrie Ann. Hi. We have Dorma with us. Vernon told me that he would not
Dorma.
be. Hi, Carrie. Vernon told me that he would not be in today. I just missed a call from Kira, and I'm not seeing Lyra as yet, yes?
Okay.
So just give us a few minutes. Hello. Reading your material. Ah, they are in the background waiting. Hi, Lyra. Kira.
Yes, I'm trying to fix my video.
All right. I noticed you're trying to get on. That's okay.
Yes.
I'm going to pull up my documents as well. One moment, please. All right, we're back now. Are you all hearing me, Lyra? I need to unmute. I didn't on.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Okay, you're hearing me quite well. Kira, Kerry?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Kira, are you on? Kira still has a visual. Oh, that's Kira. That's Kira right there. It's Lyra that has disappeared a bit. Lyra? Lyra? Lyra has disappeared a bit. Let's see what happens with her. Oh, Lyra's back on. Are you hearing us now, Lyra? Beautiful. All right, let's begin then officially. Sorry for the late start. I was a bit late because I wasn't feeling well today, but then there was also a little slight system issue. I was on for the wrong course code. But here we are, all are. We are expecting Sashana in a few minutes, but I'm going to be sharing with you. Can you see the learning objectives clearly? No? All right, I need to click share. Hold on there. Now my technical person is not yet here. So I'm fiddling around. I'm supposed to see. Yes. Are you seeing it now? You're seeing the objective? Okay, Carrie, are you seeing the objective? Okay, beautiful, good. So that is one. You'll be able to identify the factors that impact the teaching and learning of English in a Creole speaking environment. You'll be able to examine the teaching of language and the students' achievement in Jamaica. You'll be able to discuss the goals and expectations of the teacher of language in a Creole speaking environment. And the last one, we should have done that in the last class, but we didn't get the chance to. I had made you a reminder that that should have been done, and it is to be regarded as a working philosophy, a work in progress philosophy, so that you can change it at any time that you wish. All right. Now, the structure, the session structure, 1 minute there. I didn't want this kind of view at all, but it is good in this view, all right. The session structure, part 1, you'll be sharing your philosophy of teaching, and we will all be responding to your construction. Then I'll show you a PowerPoint presentation on needs analysis. And I'm expecting you to hold, it's quite a brief presentation, I think, and quite a clear points being made there, just to give you a background. And so when you should make your presentation, it will be grounded in this knowledge as well, because your presentations are pointing to needs analysis. Then, so that's my part 2. Part 3, Lyra and Kira will be in charge of the presentation on the first lecture in the monograph. And Carrie-Ann will present on the second lecture. Shoshana will present on the goals and expectations of the English language teacher as Dean from Brand's monograph, and then I will just do a short recap of the goals and expectations. These are pertinent to you as teachers of language, all right? So there goes the structure, 6-part structure. Periodically, we will, as customary, resort to our, well, not resort to, but go on a 5-minute or so break, all right? So feel comfortable to ask all the questions that you wish to ask, as is customary. You have always been engaged in a healthy discussion that makes class quite interesting. Yes? Let's now try to find my PowerPoint that I have on, no, sorry, this was not the PowerPoint tab, it is your tab. You will be sharing with us your personal philosophy that you have constructed at this point in time. Karen, do you wish to lead?
I should go first?
Yes.
Oh boy.
All right, okay. Well, maybe I should ask for a volunteer. Is there one who wishes to volunteer? Ah, Kira's hand is up. So you have not got away, no, Karen. We'll be coming.
No, I'll go ahead and read mine.
All right, let Kira.
And leave the best for last.
Okay, then that's a challenge here, baby. All right. Go ahead.
Yes, because I wasn't finished, but All right, so I'll just give you what you have.
Oh, she's going ahead. All right.
Yes, I'll go ahead with what I have.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now I should read it or should I discuss it? Should I just read what I?
I'm sure that they would like to hear how you've put it together, but you may also discuss it. I'm sure that they would want
Okay, all right. All right, okay. All right, in Greek mythology, Procrustes was placed upon the iron bed which he used for his victims, tying them to it and then making them the right length for it by stretching those who were too short and cutting off as much as was necessary from those who were too long. Procrustes rightly suffered the same fate that he meted out to his victims. And while this is a lesson on the cyclical nature of life, what is more poignant is Procrustes' foolishness, thinking that the one-size-fits-all method works. Upon reflection of my own experience with teachers, I can unreservedly assert that too many teachers slump into this Procrustean approach to teaching. While I never fully understood the importance of this back then, I entered teaching after my undergraduate degree in history to do what most of my teachers never did, and that was to create lessons that would acknowledge our diversities. I believe that in the same way that no two people are alike, our learning and retention capabilities are diverse as well. Therefore, my own pedagogical approach with regards to teaching and teaching English is multifaceted at best and transient at worst, because I say transient because there are times when I must drop my gloriously written plan for a spontaneous one. Now, was I going too fast?
I don't think so.
Okay. My own teaching approach, though diverse, is centered on one central idea, and that is that learning becomes more concrete through experience. After reading Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed in this April, I fell in love with his thinking, for he put into words, brilliantly I might add, what had been muddled in my mind. He alludes to the banking concept of education, asserting that the old pedagogical approach where the teacher is the depositor and the student is a mere vessel to be filled with information hinders true learning. So I find myself succumbing to the notions postulated in his book and have been further guided to become more than a teacher, but rather to become a facilitator of learning. You see, true learning cannot happen passively, but through experiential learning, each student can see learning as meaningful. So whenever I enter my classrooms, I will become fully aware of my role, not as the ultimate source of knowledge, but as the medium through which such information can be made meaningful. These two ideals form the impetus for my own teaching approach towards English. One significant factor that I consider in teaching English itself is that in order for my students to see the significance of what is being taught, then English must be made meaningful and authentic to them. I find that in order to create a meaningful environment that is conducive to growth, then I must use real-world examples of a student-centered classroom and continue on my own path of self-actualization. And I was supposed to finish off there, but it's a work in progress.
All right then. Sorry. What do we say about that? Thank you very much for that contribution. I see them smiling. Carry on. That was lovely. Talk to me. Carrie, Kira, Lira, and of course Dorma. What can we say to Carrie?
Well, I only have one word, wow.
Very good. You have wow to them. And what makes you say wow?
It was very impressive from the beginning till the end. I mean, with the quotation from Socrates and references drawn from Paulo Freire. I mean,
Okay, one thing, her song is on. Lira, are you hearing? Lira?
yes, I'm hearing.
Oh, because your sound disappeared at a point.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and we're hearing you. Will you repeat the last statement, please?
Oh, I said that her use of a quotation from Socrates and her use of references such as Paulo Freire,
Yes.
you know, showed that she really put some effort into, you know, creating that philosophy for the teaching of English, a very critical approach to pedagogy and, you know, taking into consideration her students, making a student-centered classroom with authentic and meaningful, very, very, very well thought through and written.
Yes. Just taking a rather academic approach to the construction of
I must say, yeah. Yes.
Yes, that's good, that's good. Kira, what's your response to that one?
I agree with Lyra that Carrie's philosophy it looked like something she has really sat down and thought about, you know, and it shows a lot of passion on her part. You know, I find that's very commendable, and I was very impressed as well.
Thank you.
And
sorry,
oh,
you're not finished.
no, that's fine. I'm finished.
Oh.
Okay, one area that I noticed as well is that after she has done her undergrad degree, she chose to enter teaching because she wants to make a difference. That's the part that.
Yes. All right, thank you. I made note of some important terms that she used, and we'll talk about these after, but I would like to hear from others. I do not know to what extent we have really mirrored some of her expressions. So, who will go next? Kira?
I think after listening to Carrie, I don't even want to share mine anymore.
Oh no, she will not. have that power. Let's hear yours.
Okay. Well, one of the first things I put in my philosophy is that I want to create a classroom environment that is supportive to my students' learning, where there is respect and open-mindedness, so the students can share their thoughts, their feelings without fear of being made fun of. I also want to be conscious of the needs of the students. Like when they come into my classroom, I want to know, okay, what knowledge do they come with? How does that student learn, and how can I help you to learn what you want to learn or what you're supposed to learn? I want to help the students to learn English, standard English, and at the same time to validate their L1, whatever it is, if it's St. Lucian French Creole or if it is St. Lucian Creole, and to make them appreciate and feel proud of their L1. And I want to use their home language to facilitate the learning of the standard English. My ultimate goal would be to help my students develop communicative competence, so that they would know, okay, how to use the standard, when to use it, and also to develop critical thinking and creativity in the students when it comes to their writing and their speaking. And then finally, I have that I want to constantly engage in reflection and evaluation of my own self and my own teaching, and to continue in my formation as a professional, to be up to date on research, up to date on teaching methods and approaches and techniques. That's it.
Yes, thank you very much. What do you say, Carrie?
Well, I think that her philosophy is pretty on point as well. She, in terms of the teaching of English, she wants to develop their communication abilities, and that's ultimately what teaching is about. Teaching English, that they should be able to communicate. And I find out that she goes way beyond just the academics, and she wants to look at the holistic approach. And so she wants to look at their needs, because sometimes it doesn't make sense. You teach them academics and you haven't facilitated to their mental health, really. So I like that approach where she wants to facilitate respect and open-mindedness and look at the needs of the students, so that she can get more out of them. Because oftentimes they come to us like that, broken.
Yes. Thank you for that contribution. Vera.
Okay, Kira's philosophy was also very encouraging. I personally like the fact that she saw through she mentioned in her philosophy that, you know, she noticed that the teacher is supposed to be like a facilitator in the classroom, and that she saw that even for the teacher, the learning has not stopped, and that she wanted to continue learning new things all the time. So, you know, that was really nice on her part, especially for the students, that should create a very safe environment for them, where they would feel comfortable, and, you know, where they would feel that sense of community. So hers was also quite encouraging.
I tell you that we have a set of persons in this class should be protected. I tell you, they will have to be making references to us, yes? Dorma, did you get a chance to do yours?
No, I can say something.
All right, certainly. I appreciate that.
Okay. I was encouraged to become a teacher by my dad. His philosophy, or his reason for saying that, was that he mentioned that teaching is a job that will always be available, it won't be laid off. So I took his advice And gradually, I developed the attitude of teaching. I really never wanted to be in the primary school situation. However, I realized that I was being drawn by the passion of the students who motivated me actually, and then I become intrinsically motivated. So one thing I taught at the primary school level, having taught grade 1, the students gave me a sense of satisfaction, the severity of moving from point A to point B. However, as the years rolled on, I realized there's a need to have more professional development. You need to be versed in your field, and for your own personal development, you need to not just impart knowledge. You need to, it's like you become, I don't want to use the word, the epitome of putting across to make somebody. It's like you see potential in your students that they don't really see. So it's like as a teacher, you build somebody. And having started these courses here in the math program, I have really developed new insights, towards teaching and as my career as a teacher. In terms of, apart from, yes, you're studying, but I learned there is a pedagogical skill that you need to have. It's not just amassing knowledge. It's how you impart it. It's how you impact people. It's how you make somebody become a real person. So that it's not just teaching me A plus B. It's allowing me that when I learned A plus B, how I maneuver myself with A plus B. So it's like making a person real. So actually, as a teacher, I realized that I can create masterpieces of people. Also, I am empowered to empower others. Also, I am a nation builder. I can twist a child, I can build a child, I can break a child. I have that power as a teacher. However, I realize that I need to charter that power positively. So my teaching philosophy, concluding, is that continuous research, continuous building up of yourself, motivating yourself to the highest class of not just amassing knowledge, but developing skills and strategies to impart, so that you don't just be a content dreamer or a content giver, but you allow your students to see learning as fun. You create an environment where you just don't, the students just don't see you as, oh, teachers gonna tell us everything. No, it's a collaborative learning environment. And I guess that's it.
Thank you, Dorma. Dorma has presented another facet of this thing called teaching and how she views herself in that space. What say you? Carrie?
I like her philosophy as well. What I especially liked was the fact that she spoke about the power of the teacher to either make or break the student. And I don't think many teachers realize that the power that they have. And once you recognize that you have that power, then you'll use it positively, because ultimately that's what you're supposed to do with the power. So I especially like that part of it.
Yes, me too. Lira, what say you?
Okay, I also like her a philosophy of, well, I would say teaching, and not particularly on teaching a subject, because you could see the passion in Doma when it comes to the students that have been entrusted to her. I know the primary school. I taught at a primary school also. I know the love that you develop for these students, especially because they show you that love at the primary school, and how you really want that, you feel that zeal to nurture them and to mold them into the future, because you recognize in them that they are the ones that will become the future of society. And Doma, it really resonates in what you said. I could see your passion for them, and that's quite nice for you as a teacher. I hope that you continue holding on to that philosophy all the days of your teaching.
And as Dorma spoke about the passion for the primary school, I thought to myself, what is the use of a secondary school without the primary school? Because we have a serious problem at the secondary level because of the gaps at the primary level. So it's a very, very important place, whether we like it or not. If the students do not do well at the primary level, in English, that is at the primary level, then we at the secondary level will have some serious issues to continue. Can you imagine what happens at the tertiary level? Yes, it's like building a house and we do not have the proper foundation. What happens later? What happens when there is a tremor? Yes? Thank you very much, Dorman, for that dimension to teaching. And now we have Lira. Talk to us, please.
Okay. I'd like to say that my philosophy of the teaching of English is not as well pulled together as the rest of the students in the course. But since I've never taught English and I looked at it as the teaching of English, I didn't particularly do a philosophy of teaching in general, but of the teaching of English. So I'll just read what I have. Teaching English in a Creole-speaking environment, I believe, needs to be treated in like manner as teaching a foreign language. Students need to feel settled and comfortable so that they could be more accepting of the course content. As a result, the real and authentic tools should be used to get them more familiar with the purposes of learning English. Since the students come from homes and communities where Creole is the main language spoken in which to communicate, there should be the usage of the L1 in the class in an effort to allow them to properly express themselves. When teaching English, many purposeful and meaningful activities also need to be designed in an effort to allow the learners to use the English in the different contexts that they encounter in real life. Also, a teacher should move away from traditional chalk and talk when teaching English, and it should be replaced by the use of media technology such as songs, videos, media clips, etc., that would capture the student interest and keep them engaged throughout the course. Activities should be student-centered with the use of abundant group work for meaningful interaction to occur amongst the learners. That's what I came up with for the teaching of English.
And you said it didn't have anything sophisticated, Lero?
It wasn't sophisticated.
Exactly, it was the best one actually. But can I say?
Certainly, go ahead, please.
Right. So I mean, she's really touched on some really salient points in terms of English in a Creole speaking environment.
Yeah.
Because if the affective filter is high for the student, as we learned, then we know that the students won't learn. And so she essentially wants to create a safe environment for the students so that they are willing and able to learn in such an environment. I really like the points that she touched on because it speaks to Creole, teaching English in a Creole speaking environment. And I think she focused on that a whole lot, which is essentially what this course is about.
Norma, do you want to respond?
Yes, it seems similar to what Kira said, because I realized that most of us miss the salient point of English in terms of a Creole speaking cooperative environment. And she mentioned that ways and means have to be created to allow the students to learn the language in the way like you're teaching a foreign language. So you have to get different areas of the media. Well, she never mentioned like newspapers, but she mentioned songs, using use of the internet, videos, and all of that, which as she spoke, I said, we're really like that. So you did a very good job. You focus on the main point.
Thank you, Norma. Kira.
Yes, Lyra's philosophy was I find was very student-centered, where everything that was going to happen in her classroom was centered around the student, making them feel comfortable and finding innovative ways of bringing the language to them. So that she mentioned being in touch with whatever technology that the students were being exposed to and using that to teach them English. So I like that about it, that she was thinking of the innovative ways that she can use to help the students learn.
Thank you. All four of you have done very well in your work in progress philosophy, yes? And we have actually raised a number of key concepts that will be coming out during this session, some more. I like the fact that persons are recognizing that there is a need for us students to be comfortable. Because it doesn't matter how much we know as teachers, it doesn't matter how well prepared we are. If our students are not comfortable, then our well-planned lessons and all our knowledge that we boast of will come to naught. Our students need to be comfortable. Our students need to be given tasks with which they can identify. Lyra used the term student interests, yes? And she referred to the engagement of students in technology and so on, the student interest. How can we how can we allow in our classroom technology to meet with language learning? And that's a big part of the student needs that Kira spoke of. It is the act of being student-centered that Carrie-Ann spoke of. It's a matter of honing our pedagogical skills that Norma spoke of. And in doing this, then we can empower our students. Norma's words. Norma spoke of research, a very important term. Research is not supposed to be confined to the tertiary level classroom or maybe sixth form where we get a topic to research and we read a couple of things, sometimes we plagiarize and we come with it, yes? Norma is referring to research in action. So as you are teaching, you're gathering data about your students. And after you have taught, you should be reflecting. I remember Kira speaking to be a reflective professional. Yes. And later on, I'm going to put in the word reflexive professional. Yes? This is all good. This is what makes learning authentic. And what you have all said has allowed me to transition smoothly into my PowerPoint presentation, which I will make after the 5-minute break, which begins now. So go ahead, do whatever. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. You're welcome.
Is that right?
Dear.
Is that good?
The 5-minute break? Yeah, yes. It's good. wanted to say, so I was only clear on I'm saying. I opened the mic. Karen, are you seeing the screen? The PowerPoint, the beginning of the PowerPoint presentation? Karen?
Yes, I'm seeing.
Good, thank you. Lyra, are you back? Sign up Lyra yet? No, good. Okay, Lyra is back. Are you hearing us, Lyra? Okay, beautiful. So we begin with my PowerPoint now on needs analysis. I am not touching Brian's article. That's up to you to deal with. But I find this a necessary background information. It really connects with what you have said. So let's go. We're looking at a small scale aspect of needs analysis. And according to Brindley, which is another reading, but I didn't give you that to read, Brindley has broken down needs into different components. And needs are regarded as wants. Yes, so we make a distinction between needs and wants. But Brindley regards wants as needs, as one's demands, motivations, constraints, desires, expectations, lacks, and requirements. Maybe you never ever looked at needs that way, but for the purpose of language, Brindley regarded all these as needs. So what does a student require? Does a student need? What does a student lack? That's the need. What does a student expect of us or expect to learn? That's the need, and so on. All right? So bear that in mind as we move along. We look further at needs as presented by another writer. And needs can be described as linguistic deficiency. I think we are more familiar with that one. What is it that is really needed? It's not a thing that exists and might be encountered, real made on the street. And all this is said by Portia, 1977. So it's not something that we are going to just meet in the real world. It may be something that's very innate, yes? In addition to Portia, Auerbach, German, says language needs refers to the need to survive in an English dominant society. I think many teachers of English tend to share this with students. What are you going to be? You want to be on the streets? You want to be a gunman? You need to have English in order to be somebody. Yes, so you cannot survive. And then some of our students will say, oh yeah, what about scamming? But language needs, described by Auerbach as just that. Then what is needed to survive in an English world. And then we have, ouch, how do we go back on this thing? Go back. One moment. Last year. Yeah. Needs also refers to the rights of learners. And that's Linz who shares that with us. So our learners do have some rights here. Hmm? Yes, Linz, yes. Our learners have rights. What do we mean by learners have rights when you think of language education? What is being referred to here?
What opportunities?
What opportunities? Opportunities for what? Please expand.
Opportunities to garner the language or to acquire the language. So if you're a language teacher, I'm heavily Creole speaking, and I'm supposed to know about all the areas of the language, the structure, the grammar, the competency, and all that. It is a responsibility of the facilitator or the teacher to ensure that all the necessary things are put in place for me to learn or to acquire the language. Just like as a parent is responsible to ensure that his or her child have the right to a good education, basic needs, food, clothing, and shelter. So it's my right as a child to ensure that you, as a teacher, teaching me at the end of the lesson, I am supposed to acquire at least one or two of the four objectives that is or was being put forward.
And so if learners have rights, thank you, Dorma, it means then that teachers can possibly violate these rights. In what ways could we possibly violate these rights? Kira?
The way that a teacher could probably violate her rights is by, I'm thinking of coming in a classroom unprepared for the kind of learner that you will find. If you are not cognizant that you have different kind of learners, that students learn in different ways, you might only be catering to one child, and then and other children get left behind.
One moment, Kira. I think you need to speak a little louder or something, get the mic nearer to you. We're not hearing you very well.
Sorry about that.
Yes, will you repeat, please?
Yes, I was saying that one way that a teacher might violate the students' rights is by coming into a classroom unprepared. As like, for example, you only have one method of teaching, or you teach only, you cater to one style of teaching, and you completely ignore the fact that other students may learn in different ways. So while you may be reaching one student at their level, other students will just be falling behind.
Oh, did you hear that, Dorma?
Yes, I do.
That's a very good point.
Very good.
Yes, that's a very good point. Give me another way in which we could possibly be violating the right of those learners. Terry.
Kira made mention of it in terms of bias. So we come into the classroom and we have our favorite student, or we teach to a particular child, and we shun the poor ones and the picky head ones. And you know that term, Kira? Right, and then we and teach only for a certain class.
Yeah.
So
did you know that sometimes we do so, but it's not deliberate?
Yes.
If it's not pointed out to us, sometimes we don't recognize it because we have an action zone. Yes? And sometimes an action zone could be to the left of the classroom. Sometimes it's to the right of the classroom. Sometimes it is to the students or set of students who usually put up their hands to respond to us. So we gravitate towards that group, to the disadvantage of the rest of the learners violating their rights. Yes, yes. Lyra, do you have any other right that can be violated that you're thinking of?
Well, basically most of them have been said already, but one that I could mention is the fact that in the same way that we need to cater to the different learning styles in our instructional methods, we also need to ensure that in testing the students or in evaluating the students, that we also cater to the different learning styles and abilities. Because what happens is that sometimes you do cater to the different learning styles when, you know, carrying out the instruction and teaching. But when it comes to the evaluation part of the lesson, you would give them a basic test, which does not appeal to every learning style. So that really puts a lot of learners at a disadvantage because some students do not test well in that particular way.
Thank you. Another valuable point, and it's not just about learning style too, it's about testing the different language skills. Many times our tests are geared towards testing maybe just the writing skill. Sometimes it is the reading skill or reading and writing skill. But don't we have other language skills? To what extent are we making the evaluation authentic? Yes, we heard from Karen about authentic learning experiences. Well, we need to have authentic assessment experiences, as you say, Lira. So that's a good point. And of course, there are many other rights that we could look at. The right to have their language, first language, being respected. Let's move along the slide. We continue looking at what is needs analysis, and that is the procedures for collecting information about students' needs. And that can be tied in nicely to what Lira just brought up. Yes, because one way of ascertaining students' needs is by having authentic tests being done. The whole idea of needs analysis was brought up in 1960 through the movement called English for Specific Purposes. So you may be reading some materials and you find the abbreviation, the what you call it now, the acronym ESP, yes, English for Specific Purposes. Now, needs analysis has two categories. One, students' immediate needs. And we love to share these with them as teachers, yes? We learn English so that we can become employed. Yes, that's an immediate need we have, especially when we go to the higher levels of the secondary classroom. We talk about employment. Who is going to employ you if you can't pass English? If you can't write a good letter of application and CV, if you can't speak well, then no one wants you. That's what we usually share with them, right? An immediate need, as we have just explored, is a student's right. But we have not so immediate needs as well. Nonetheless, a need. And there are two such. English being a compulsory subject, that's not regarded as an immediate need. Another is, it is considered best for students. Do students see that as an immediate need? Or is it teachers who see that as an immediate need? So then it's teacher on one hand, student on the other hand. The teacher here impressing students that, hey, it's good for employment. On the other hand, the student knowing that he or she has a right to the learning of this language because it can be used to empower self. Make it compulsory, neither here nor there, for the students. Considered best, neither here nor there. You must remember that our students do have a language with which they have been communicating and communicating effectively as far as they're concerned. Yes? So be mindful of that. We're going to look at what was this? What is the purpose of needs analysis? And we look at the idea of identifying learners' language needs. So we analyze our students' work, whether it be written, whether it be verbal. We talk with them as well to find out their needs. Yes? Another reason for doing needs analysis is to assist in ascertaining whether there is any course, any subject that is currently being taught that really addresses their needs. And many times you will find that there are programs developed and being implemented in particular institutions, but because we are not a cohesive body, sometimes we are not even aware that these exist. And so we're busy trying to invent the wheel when we do have programs that have already been done. Right here in Jamaica, we have Dennis Craig, being the one who has done the most research to date on the primary classroom. He has written a book that shares with you some approaches and methods to take at the primary level. Yes, there are materials in place, but what language needs analysis does is to get us to check whether we have anything out there that really assists us. Another purpose is to identify those learners who are most in need of specific language skills. So it's not necessarily a case of one size fits all. We know that different learners have different needs. Within a particular classroom, there are different needs. And one of you this morning spoke to differentiated learning. Was it you, Karen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you spoke to differentiated learning. And this has a certain implication for teaching, you know, because it makes your work a little harder.
Yes.
Yes. Remember the last class we came across multi-grade classrooms?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. In a multi-grade classroom, depends on how the school decides to organize it. You can have 3 different grades being housed in one room. Yes, all the students within that room are really of 3 different grades. We are teaching the same topic to the different grade levels, but we have to skew both content and activities in particular, yes, toward the particular grade level. So we can't have the same activity, or we shouldn't have the same activity for all different classes. I remember going to one multi-grade school it was first semester of this academic year. And they had grade 1 by itself, grades 2, 3, and 4 together, grades 5 and 6 together, and 7, 8, and 9 together. Yes, that's our realities that we have to face at times. And so we have to identify those learners who are most in need of specific language skills to treat with those needs. All right? Another purpose is to collect information about a particular learner issue so we know a need. What do we do with it? Needs analysis suggests to us that we need to collect information about this issue so that we can treat with it. We need to, in needs analysis, to identify a change in direction that a reference group feels is necessary. That's what needs analysis does. So we have particular, maybe political organizations that have a particular goal. We have a particular group of language educators with a particular need. It could jolly well be a particular group of parents who think that their children should be going in a particular direction. What is it that they need? So our needs tell us that. We will learn more about the Rose curriculum later, but I'm thinking of a particular high-profile high school in Jamaica that was using the Rose program. And when they got to a particular topic in the grade 8 syllabus, the parents came down real hard on the school. And the parents insisted that their children should never be taught that topic. It was actually a section there in the grade 8 curriculum that's regarded the Bible as literature material. And the parents were offended, maybe thinking that that's blasphemous or something, but the school had to stop. Yes, they wanted their children to go in another direction, not that particular direction. So needs analysis will indicate such. Needs analysis also helps us to identify the difference between what learners can do, so the learner's abilities, and what is really required of them by the syllabus. Everybody comes with an ability. Was it Donna who said that we do not have any tabula rasa, any empty slates?
Yes.
Yes. They come to, yes, it's called tabula rasa, yes, yes. So they come to us not as empty slates, but is it that which is required of this school curriculum? Are they like it? What is it that we need to do? And we have heard on so many occasions in the newspaper and so on, and we can reduce that to when we see our Ministry of Education having to be revising the primary curriculum in particular. It has gone through a number of revisions, trying to better align the primary education program with the secondary education program, because there's a disconnect between our grade 6 in the primary classroom and grade 7, the grade 7 class, secondary classroom in terms of language needs and competences. Now, we are going to continue looking at the purpose. This time we're looking at links. And according to links, it's a school's responsibility to take into account. Just read what you see there. Have you ever thought of the political characteristic of a student? What's that, Norma? Speak
They
of
do, but most times it's not really embedded in the curriculum to impart to them. All
right, Norma says it happens. She does consider it, but she's not finding a place in the curriculum to embed this concept. What's your response, ladies? Kira?
I'm just trying to come to terms of what the political characteristic of a student would be. And I'm not sure exactly what that means.
All right. Kerry?
Do you think?
Okay, that's Lyra.
Oh, I was just answering Kira. Do you think it has to deal with the students' background in the sense of the homes they come from, their socioeconomic backgrounds, and as a result, you know, how when they come to school, how exactly do they come to school? Are they better dressed? Do they have more money for lunch? That type of thing. And as a result, do they receive more attention from the teachers? Do their peers look up to them? Or, you know, that type of, that's how I'm thinking of it when I'm thinking of the political responsibility of, well, the political aspect of a student.
Thanks, Lyra. Kerry?
I have no clue.
Kerry is speechless. All right. There must be a difference between cultural and political. What's cultural? Their everyday way of life.
Most associated with social economic.
Yeah, need to speak up. I don't think the ladies are hearing you well.
Okay, the cultural aspect of it is the daily lifestyle of the child. It's sort of comparable to what Lyra states about the student's socioeconomic background. It's like if you go back to that film, Freedom Writers, you know, all the multiracial students, they have this particular culture wherein they're left on their own basically, and it's like most of them never normally graduate. They are not being seen as potential asset to society. They are just there as bothersome immigrants. So the culture of the school, which you could flip side now, the political culture of the school is that these students never really made it. So why bother with them? You're just a bother. So it's like as teachers, we kind of put aside the real culture that the students come with in order to learn. And sometimes we just focus on, you know what, I need to get through this curriculum, they have this going on. The thing that really stick us in the face, we want to put forward our paperwork. And so the political aspect in that, in terms of how the students' development are being viewed. So this one can learn, this one, the whole family of them. So it's the sort of mentality, right? For me, the political aspect of the school is the mentality that develops around a group of students or a particular. Same.
All right, and just a question to Norma. Are you seeing political as referring to the larger school and not the students? Because in this quotation, we are looking at the student as being the one with the political life.
It can be both.
It can be both, but what I'm saying is that in this respect, we are looking at the student, not at the wider school, yes, community. We are looking at the student with a political life. So how do we define that, or how do we conceptualize that?
Well, it could be in this sense, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking that a political one in our area, say you're in a inner city community, wherein the individual student political view is that, you know what, school doesn't just help me right here. All I need is to make sure that when I reach, I can pull a gun or the gunman on the corner. So all this teaching business doesn't really help. How do you as a teacher, especially of English, with the jargon of these individual students who come in a class and you want to teach them that English makes them employable when the child has this political view that all I want is to make sure that I get this, and when I go here, I can hustle myself and get a gun and top a tune or something like that.
Okay, thanks. You're there. Terry, anything coming to you yet?
Well, kind of. So I was thinking that the political, as Dorma was alluding to, might actually be the philosophy of the student, whether he or she believes that he can do a particular thing. Because the students may come thinking, you know, I've heard the term learned helplessness, where they feel that because they've been failing over and over again, that ultimately they're going to continue failing. And so they may have that ideology, and it is up to you, the teacher, now to help them to move away from that learned helplessness state to a position where they can achieve. So I think that's, based on what Dorma was saying, I think that might be the political characteristics that they come with.
Yes. Lyra, you seem to want to add something? No? Okay, Kira, sorry.
Okay, so I think what I gathered from this, when it comes to the political characteristics of the student, would take into account what their views are towards the education that they are receiving, how they come into the school, how they come into the classroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And when you think of, so it's really about the students right now, not the teachers, and we think of their personal characteristics. What's that?
I guess the personal characteristics would be like their interests, their needs.
Yes, yes. So we are saying that, was it, I think it was it Kira or Kerry who spoke to the, I think both of you, spoke to the whole child, knowing the child as a whole, yes, in order to cater to that child's language needs, in order to design a program of intervention that will identify the appropriate activities in which the child should be immersed in the important topics that the child wants to learn about, to construct objectives that are meaningful to the child. Let's move on. Needs also includes perceived and present needs, potential and unrecognized needs. And these may take place, the analysis rather may take place before our program of intervention, during our program of intervention, and I use program of intervention loosely. I'm not thinking about anything special. I'm talking about your regular teaching. So before you teach, we ought to have needs analysis being done. Yes? We need to do it while we're teaching. Yes? We talk about reflection, we talk about research, in action, reflecting, in action. That's needs analysis. And we do so after a language program. We look back, what are their needs? And you know, in Jamaica, Lyra and Kira can share with us their St. Lucia side. But in Jamaica, when our primary students are in grade 3, coming towards the end of grade 3, they have to sit what is known as the grade 3 diagnostic test. So that's a part of our national assessment program here. Yes? And the results of that test should be communicated to the grade 4 teachers so that they can better plan to meet their students' needs. Now, to the extent to which that planning takes place, we are not concerned with right here now, yes? But just to let you know that that is in place here. So that means that grade 3 diagnostic test is a needs analysis coming towards the end of the grade 3 program to inform the grade 4 program. So we see how needs analysis works here. Do you have anything to that effect in solution?
We have minimum standards test. I think grades 2 and 4, I'm not sure exactly which grades, that aims to do the same thing. But I think the problem with that test is that some teachers see it as a test that is reflecting on them and not as something that is used to analyze the needs of the students. So you find teachers who tell parents, your child is not ready to do that test, so don't let him do it. Or because she's going to fail, so he should not do it. Yeah, but we do have, so we have those tests. I think twice before they go into secondary school, they're tested twice. I'm not sure exactly which grades.
Yes. Lira?
Actually, they're grades 2 and grade 4. These are the 2 grades that write the minimum standard. And I would say, lucky, I guess, fortunate to have taught the grade 2 class minimum standard. And I don't think that the teachers, well, Kira painted it in a bad light, but I would say that what happens is that the purpose of doing this examination is to ensure that the students reach a particular point. Okay, it's to ensure that, you know, they're tested and they want to identify who has fallen through the cracks, who has not reached the level that they're supposed to be at. But even after it's corrected, after they've gone through SBAs, they've gone through the examination on the day and it's corrected, nothing is done. The government does nothing at the end of it all. So it's like an exam for what purpose exactly?
Wow, that's grades 2 and 4.
Yes, grades 2 and 4. And then they have the big exam that sends them in the secondary school in grade 6.
Yes. Yeah. You seem to have a similar, well, it's not the same thing, but a similar structure, because our students come in at grade 1 and they get a profile of each one. And then at the end of grade 3, you do a diagnostic test. And at the end of in grade 4, you do a numeracy and literacy test. And if you don't pass the literacy aspect of it, then they have a program of intervention that is supposed to see those students being given additional lessons with the hope that they will matriculate into grade 5. And then at the end of grade 6, we have what we call the grade 6 achievement test, GSAT, that's undergoing some changes right now, because you are speaking about an SBA component, and we here are thinking of introducing an SBA component. We don't have that here right now at the primary level, but the grade 6 test is meant to test them from meant to test them on information from lower school straight up to grade 6. So word is that they should have an SBA component and possibly another component to ensure that the student is better, language facility is better captured. Let's move along. What does all this mean? Read what does all that means coming from all that?
What's the pronunciation for
Albach.
Oh,
It's German.
German.
Yes. Albach. Yeah. Do you notice what is being said at the end?
Shaping their own.
To enable them. We talk about being student-centered. And if we are being student-centered, then we should be enabling our students to critically examine their needs and to become active, take responsibility for shaping their own role in it. So we are going to have shared responsibility going on here. We should not see ourselves as the only ones who can shape them. They come to us as thinking beings. To what extent do we empower them? By allowing them to critically examine themselves. And I ask you the question now, looking back at your own practice, and if you have been privy to the practice of other educators, to what extent have we been or have we been falling short in empowering our students by allowing them to be critical examiners of their own work? We start with Lyra.
Well, I would say by going into the classroom and using the banking concepts method of teaching, where you just go as the teacher and you just give information that the students are supposed to learn and recall just on that cognitive level, allows the students to just stay on that level alone and does not allow them to even go further into application of the knowledge and, you know, critical analysis and all of these different aspects. So possibly that's one way.
Thank you. No, hold on. You're telling me possibly that's the one way. I wanted you to think of your own practice.
Okay.
That kind of, yes, if that concept has ever crossed your mind.
Well, I do implement that I have tried since I'm learning that we need to challenge the students a bit more, allow them to take a more active role even in their own learning. I have tried to implement these strategies, but thinking back, I have utilized a lot the use of going into a class and just giving information that they copy and that they're supposed to learn and recall.
Thank you, Lero. Kira, how about you?
Honestly, I don't think that's in my teaching. I make other provisions for the students to critically examine. I'm thinking it is because maybe it's about the nature of the subject I have been teaching. Like there's not really a scope for that. I'm thinking if I teach Spanish, I don't see how my students would be able to critically analyze anything in a Spanish class. I think for me, it's just me giving them information, telling them about the language. Maybe they would have a chance to maybe compare cultures, compare our culture with any Spanish culture, but I don't think they've been giving me opportunities to do any kind of critical thinking in my classes. So I'd say no.
Okay. But we must be careful here that it is not the language itself that we are critically examining, but the students' language needs. Yes? So we are ready, armed with our syllabus and our content materials to impart whatever by a certain time. But what are the students' language needs? Is it that you are going to play doctor and tell them what's wrong with them? Or to what extent could they be engaged to identify and share their own needs? Remember, we define needs as many things. Yes, we define needs as their wants, that first slide. We define needs as what they lack, what they require, and all these sort of things. Yes?
Yes, but that is, we look at that now that we have that information, but initially, and when I started teaching and all through the years, I'm saying that is how my teaching has been. It has always been me telling the students, okay, this is what you need to learn, this is what the curriculum, the syllabus says, so we're doing this today. So as I'm saying, I never.
Yes. I understand. Just goading you. Carrie.
Well, for me, well, when I just started out teaching English, I used to spoon feed the students, especially with literature. I don't think it gave them enough chance to critically think for themselves. But I realized that error, and I have been trying to get them to think more or to talk more. I find it's easier to do that with the girls. I really have a struggle with getting the boys to critically think because they don't necessarily see the value of language or communication. So I would say I've tried. I have not fully grasped the entirety of it. I just need to figure out how to get the boys involved in considering their role in language.
But did you ask them? Did you ask them?
Oh, hold on. I didn't hear that one because you were breaking up.
Did you ask them? Did you ask
For the boys?
Yes.
Yes, I for this year I did. So I remember like September to December, I just couldn't get them engaged in language. So, I had a talk with them and they said it was boring. So I did some research and I tried to find activities that they would love. So like I gave them cases to solve and, to debate and to talk, and they really got engaged in that. They wanted to do it every single day. Of course, I couldn't, but I tried, right? So I saw what they like, and it's my duty, because I still have those boys. It's my duty to try and get them more involved, especially in technology. So I was thinking that maybe I could probably create, let them create cartoons or anything using technology that will let them see how communication can work outside of just writing. So that's what my goal is for this September.
How did you decide on your topics? How are you hearing me, Carrie?
It's breaking up. I'm not sure if it's my internet or.
I'm suspecting it could be your internet. Yeah. Your internet. Sometimes it even freezes you. Okay.
Yeah, oh, it's horrible then.
Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, beautiful. And
yes.
How you decided on the topics to present to your boys to write on?
I give them the normal CXC way. I mean, I try to mirror the questions, like CSEC.
What do you say?
And
What do you say, class? How do you respond to Kerry on that one?
Okay, what she said is very important in that she realized the boys were coming on street with her,
Yes.
like the girls, and she did something, and she found out that they really like that activity.
Yes.
However, it's a bit draining. But where she could come in to allow them now in terms of what he's saying, but also seeking to enable them to critically examine and become active in shaping their own role.
Yes.
She could have this thing where they voice their opinion on a certain aspect. Say, for instance, you create a scenario where, okay, you have like a speech to make because this particular important person is coming to school to do something like this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying very well. But I want you, though, that you're looking at the methods used by the teacher, but I'm now looking at topic selection. Yes? So you want the students to choose to write on something or present on something in whatever way. She is using the topics presented by CXC. And I am asking to respond because remember the boys found the class boring. And she is trying to find ways of helping her boys. She is using topics from the CXC syllabus. That's her little back.
Right.
And I'm asking us now, could we make a suggestion to her?
Yes. Yes.
Based on what we have been hearing so far, could we? Yes, go ahead, please. Shauna? So,
if she's going to use the topics from the syllabus, maybe she could change. So maybe she could assign to each topic a theme that will interest the boys. What are they interested in? Sports, football. So whatever the topic is for the day, you can have a theme around that and the lesson be surrounded around such a theme.
all right.
Maybe they would be interested.
Thank you for that suggestion. Kira, yes?
I just wanted to say that I was not hearing Shauna. I'm sorry, I wasn't hearing her.
Yes, Shauna, repeat please.
All right, so let me read right here. I was suggesting that if Carrie Ann is going to use the same topics from the CXC syllabus, maybe she could change the themes for the theme for the topics and choose something that they would be interested in, something that would grab their attention. So, for example, because they're boys, most boys are interested in sports. So, whatever topic she's doing, she can find activities surrounded by such a theme, sports, for example, to get them interested. If it's a reading activity, let them read about the Premier League or read a biography about a player in the Premier League. Yeah.
Thank you. Any response from Kira or Lero? Any addition? Any disagreement?
Well, this is exactly what I had in mind. What Shoshana said about giving them topics that are interesting to them. So.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Lero. Kira, anything?
Well, I was just thinking that this all goes to the use of, I think Karen mentioned earlier, the use of authentic material in school. So if you get something that will, the students like, something they're interested in, boys and girls, then you get them to use the language or to see it as a vehicle for communication. It won't just be something in the book or something that Miss is trying to force on us. You'll actually see how we can use it in real life settings.
Thank you. Brindley spoke to two kinds of needs. Subjective needs and objective needs. Subjective needs, objective needs. Subjective needs refers to the needs, to the students sharing their needs with us. Objective needs refers to this teacher ascertaining the needs via an analysis of the student's work, yes, or just looking at what the student's behavior. The teacher makes a decision that the child or the learner needs X in language. So, to what extent are we practicing objective needs over subjective needs? And remember, subjective needs is where we engage the students to ascertain how we can better help them. Carrie, one moment. Carrie, are you there? Carrie?
Ms. Foster, the subjective and objective needs, I can see it on the PowerPoint. Have you changed the slide?
Yes.
I'm not seeing it at all.
No, hold on. What did you say to me? Repeat that, please.
The subjective and objective needs that you were just reading, I don't see it on the PowerPoint. Is it something that you have on the?
It's not there.
Okay, all right.
It's not there. It's not there. It's just that
Well, can you repeat it for me, please?
But what happened is that Carrie Ann has disappeared on us. I think she's having some internet issues there. And I think this is a good point to stop, create a break, and hopefully Carrie will get back on at that point. But just to verify, are you two ready with your presentation? Because when we come back, it's presentation time. Kira and Lero.
Yes, we're ready.
Brian's reading.
Beg pardon, we're ready for the presentation on the first lecture. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Just checking on that one because we are going to wait a little bit. We're going to get one break now, and we're going to grab something to eat and get back to you in a few, and hopefully Karen will appear back on. All right? She seems to be coming up. Oh, you're back, Carrie. Carrie, are you hearing? Carrie? What in heaven's name happened to this one? Carrie, are you hearing me? Oh, this is supposed to go. Carrie? Hold on.
Hello?
I am hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Frozen now.
Frozen. I don't know what I did here. There we go. I wasn't muted. I was checking whether I was muted, but are you hearing me yet, Carrie? I'm not hearing anything from Carrie. Karen? But I had muted this, so how they will not be muted? Where is Terry Ann? Karen Lero? Kira? Karen disappeared again? Oh dear. Um, Leah and Kira, you're doing lecture 1, isn't that so? Yes. Oh dear, wonder what happened to her. Let me see if I can get through to her. I'm going to try calling Terry. Her phone, this phone is off, not getting through to her at all. I wonder if she has sent me a message. Let me go online to see if she has sent me a message. Is this all over the place? Contact from her. All right, we are not, I just tried to call Terry and her phone is off. I just checked my email. I have not seen a message from her. It was definitely a page she's having some serious challenges there. Oh, I should have even checked a while ago what aspect she's presenting on. I forgot to check that aspect of it, you know. While we're waiting, let's go back in quickly. Okay, it has the second lecture to present on. Oh, dear. Okay. All right, we're going to go along and hope that Terry is able to come back up because Terry has the second lecture to present on. So we hope that she will appear before we're through. All right, ladies, go ahead. Lira and Kiro, you may begin presenting. One moment. Ladies, are we ready? Because we will need to be listening to the presentation. All right. I'm so sorry that Terry has disappeared because she has lecture to present on. But we just have to work with what we have. Lyra and Kira, who is the speaker? Who is the main speaker?
I'm going to start.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we looked at Dr. Bryan's lecture entitled English is an Arena, Not a Subject, Language Learning and Teaching in Post-Independence Jamaica. Okay, and in that lecture, she basically was looking at different approaches to language teaching in Jamaica. She looks at how far Jamaica has gone in terms of language teaching in primary and secondary schools. And also, in the end, she makes some recommendations that will add what still has to be done. So, in the beginning, she says, English is an arena, not a subject. And when she speaks of arena, she's thinking of as a situation where there is a like a battle for dominance between two opposing forces, and the opposing forces we are looking at standard English and Jamaican Creole.
Okay, one moment, please. Hold on. Anything very well? Okay, good. I was just ascertaining whether our ladies here were hearing you very well. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that she was looking at the battle for dominance in Jamaican society between standard English and Jamaican Creole. Okay. Then she goes on to look at the place of English in Jamaica, and she makes reference to what Robert Phillipson calls linguistic imperialism, which is a policy to want to make English a dominant language. And it was basically using English to marginalize or to undermine the other language that was existent in the Jamaican society, with the hope that eventually English would become the only language being spoken in Jamaica. But what happened is that you have Creole continue to be used, and Creole, it continued to be used, although it was the language of the persons who were considered persons without power and status. They were still able to hold on to their Creole, despite policies over the years that had tried to make standard English the only language spoken in Jamaica. For example, we had the report by Hicks, where he spoke of the language in Jamaica as not being exactly the same as what was spoken in the metropolitan area. And so what he recommended was that teachers focus on grammar, and they use the correction method where any error that a child made in writing, in the writing process, the teacher would have to underline that error, and then the child would have to go and write it over and over until he was able to get it correct. And there, critical thinking by students was de-emphasized. So the emphasis was not on getting the students to think, but on getting them to produce the correct, or at what considered acceptable grammar.
Thank you. That part that Hicks presented on error correction.
Yes.
That should resonate with you, you know, from the last class.
Yeah.
Attack behaviorism, yes? You're conditioning them into getting it right. Mm-hmm. And we see acts of that happening today, where teachers tend to underline in red every error. Yes, sometimes rewriting what they deem to be the correct thing. Yes, sometimes the whole line is being rewritten. And we look back at that and we said many times students do not look at these rewritings. Yes, yes, they become very angry sometimes. You'll hear them hissing their teeth. Because some of them, you know, seem to think that they did very well. So when you use red ink to mutilate that page, they're not very happy with you. Mm-hmm. And so to what extent will that negatively impact motivation and interest? Yes. So that was interesting. Those were days the inspector had said that the language must be assailed with strict adherence to rules. That's how they had put it. Yes. So that was the teaching at the time, because that was the approach to the teaching of English at the time. Yes. So we have come a long way.
Okay. So
back over to you.
Yeah, so in the 1950s, early 1960s, the teaching of language in Jamaica took on a more humanistic approach, something more where the student was the center of teaching, and the students' needs was about the contribution that different scholars have made towards that end.
I would like for you to repeat, because there was a break there. There was a break.
Oh, sorry, I was saying that towards the end of the 1950s, that language teaching in Jamaica took a more humanistic approach, where the student was more student-centered, more centered around the needs of the students. And then we have different scholars who were looking into the whole issue of whether Jamaican Creole was a language, was it suitable for instruction, etc. I think that Leroy is going to look at the contributions of UE to that end.
Yes.
Okay, so continuing from what Kira said, in the 1960s, what happened is that UE began linguistic studies to better understand the language situation in which most of the Caribbean countries operated. That is the language situation where a Creole language is the mother tongue of most countries, and English is considered the official language, first language, but it operates second to the language that is mainly spoken by most of the citizens. So what you found happening is that a whole host of key writers, key resource person came on board. These people included persons like Mervyn Allen, Dennis Craig, Pauline Christie, Catherine Shields, Hubert Devonish, Velma Pollard, and even Beverly Bryan. So I'm just going to go through some of the different things that each of them said with regards to the teaching of English in a Creole-speaking environment. Mervyn Allen was one of the first that they recognized in the article, Brian recognized in the article, and she said that his work basically gave recognition to Jamaican as a language in its own right. So what Mervyn Allen was basically saying was that they need to consider Jamaican Creole as a language and not as a degenerate form of English, which I guess they were pushing before. All right. Dennis Craig, she moves on to Dennis Craig, and she says that Dennis Craig speaks of the use of the L1 in school, especially when being introduced to English. So basically, the primary school students, what Dennis Craig was advocating was that the primary school students need to be exposed to the L1 in the teaching of English, because a lot of their because of the homes they come from and the societies they come from and the culture that they are coming from also, a lot of the way that they express themselves is stipulated and drenched in the L1. So to completely exclude the L1 from the teaching of English would be harmful, because it kind of hinders them in their expression. So he's saying that, you know, teachers should implement the use of the L1 in the school.
May I interject?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So too does the idea of thinking, no? Because these L1, these students thinking they're L1.
That is it, yes.
So the thought is that if you develop thinking along a particular line in one language, then that level of thinking is more easily transferred over to another language. But when you have students who are thinking in L1, but using L2 materials, that can be most confusing. Yes? So that's
Okay.
your question, yes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. And then that's when he identified the use of the language materials workshop. He said that was implemented at a point in time. And then he said it was a program designed and directed in conjunction with the colleagues, Dawn Wilson and Hyacinth Campbell, to basically encapsulate Craig's main ideas on language teaching. And it was also the first example of a Ministry of Education initiative that used locally developed materials. So, I mean, I'm not from Jamaica. I'm not sure exactly what was utilized. The article doesn't go into particular detail as to what was utilized, but I would assume possibly they utilized the maybe some literature having Jamaican Creole in it, or you know, maybe little pictures or skits and whatnot with the Jamaican Creole written in it, just to get the students in a little more, you know, comfortable, familiar situation.
Yes, and even the idea of the content being Jamaican. Remember the last time we looked at the content, they were British materials.
That is it.
Yes, You could do further readings on the language materials workshop. That's a series that they had developed, LMW, Language Materials Workshop.
Okay, and in the end, Ms. Bryan says that the series of the language material workshop has actually formed the backbone of the reading and language arts material available to Jamaican primary school children for nearly 30 years.
Yes.
So I do not know what readers are in place in Jamaica, but I guess it was a successful workshop.
Yes, it had it is not so much workshop, but reading materials.
Reading material, okay.
Yes, they're readers. They're readers, there are many readers for the different grades. Yes, the language materials workshop.
Okay.
So it was that approach to English was literature based. Yes, so it's an immersion concept. You get them to be mingling with the language, their materials that are there, sent up by the ministry to the schools so they have materials to work with. So they don't have any excuse now, because remember, many of the homes were impoverished. Yes, and there was not that emphasis on, or understanding for that matter, on the fact that if you have materials in your home and students are exposed to these materials, then it's likely that these children in the homes will become literate, will have an interest in writing and reading, that sort of thing. So what they did then, they furnished the schools with these materials that were student friendly.
St. Lucia also, I did a lesson plan and then I was able to get my hands on a very past tense book, a standard for reader from the 1980s, 1986 to be exact, called the Uranura Springs. Kira, do you remember? Do you remember that reader?
I remember using it.
Okay, and you remember using that reader in the 1980s?
Yes.
Okay. And the Uranura Springs, since I'm doing that, I'm reading about the language materials to bring in the L1 in a lot of the read material by the students. I guess it was an attempt by even the St. Lucia's Ministry of Education also to implement a lot of the Creole and the St. Lucian English into the reader, because I saw a lot of Derek Walcott plays, I saw a lot of local folk stories and the use of a lot of that. But right now, this is not the reader that is used anymore. I think they have gone back to the British or English type of books.
Oh.
I think so, yes. Uranura Springs has not been in use for many, many, many years.
Yes. Later on, I'm going to be giving you a task before the class. Well, at the end of the class, I'm actually going to ask you to locate a guest speaker who is a teacher of English to come to talk to us, present to us here. Let us understand from a teacher of English what really obtains. You think you could help us with that?
I could try. I have someone in mind. Beg your pardon?
Whether you are Kira.
I have someone in mind. I don't know if Kira, I could ask.
Yes.
So whoever wants to make themselves available.
Yes. We're going to talk about that towards the end of the class, okay?
Okay. So we're moving on to another writer, Polly Christie. And Polly Christie pointed out the difficulty, she recognized the difficulty that the Jamaican learners have in recognizing the boundaries between a Creole and its between the Creole and its lexically related standards. So basically between the Creole and the standard English. In her book, for most of us in the course, we know because we read it already, she identified that what the Jamaicans usually find themselves doing is that they code switch, where they start off a sentence, and in one sentence they would use both the the standard English and the Jamaican Creole. So they would say something like, I called him, but him not come. I guess to complete one sentence, both Jamaican. I'm not, bear with me, I'm not somebody that speaks in Jamaican Creole.
Okay,
Okay.
you're doing very well. We are understanding you.
Okay.
Yes, I can tell you that she's pointing us to the fact that the linguistic lines are being blurred.
Very blurred, yes.
Because once English was to be used in formal spaces, yes, and Creole in the informal spaces, and she's now showing us that the educated who actually know English are now using both together in that formal space. Yes, so
That is it, yes, that is it.
there's some kind of change going on. Change of attitude, change of use, that sort of thing going on.
Well, yes, and she identifies to the polychristy in her written work, the acceptance, the more modern acceptance of Jamaican Creole in society.
Yes.
Okay, and probably that could be the reason why even the constant code switching occurs, and there is no distinction of particular registers. Okay, but Beverly Bryan doesn't go too much into what she says. So we're moving along to another writer, and Catherine Shields. And Catherine Shields identifies the two groups of speakers in Jamaica. She identifies that there is a group 1 type of speaker and a group 2 type of speaker, and she calls the group 2 speakers mono-style speakers. Very similar to what Christy identified, that there is no distinction of register with the mono-style speakers. Okay, it's quite blurred there. And what she notes is that what you find happening in Jamaica is that because of these two groups of speakers, the group 1 who have a knowledge of the standard English, they use it well, you can consider that it is their native tongue, and the group 2 speakers who do have a grasp of the L2, but they also have a grasp of the native tongue. What you find happening is that a new language has kind of emerged, maybe an interlanguage to say, which Catherine Shield has labeled Jamaican Standard English. I think that's what she was basically saying. Okay, so if this is what I'm noting is that if Catherine Shields identifies that there is this Jamaican Standard English that has basically taken over most of the population, this is what they use. It's a combination of both the Standard English and the Jamaican Creole. And since it's the majority of the population that uses this, then the teaching, our approach to the teaching of Standard English should also include the native tongue, because it is a language that most of them are familiar with and most of them are using. All right. We'll move along to another writer, Herbert Devonish.
Sorry, before you go on to the other writer though, let's clarify something. Was
Okay.
the approach to be taken willy-nilly wherever, or was it to do with primary school setting or primary school until a certain competence is gained, and then you move to standard English instruction?
I think Catherine Shields, I can't really remember, but I believe when she writes, she speaks mostly about the primary school.
Yes.
I think it was catered towards the primary school students.
because then they would come to you with Creole as the home language, and they would not have had a certain mastery, quite likely, when they get to in lower school, yes? So you would use the language that they have as a language of instruction.
Right.
As you slowly move them towards standard English.
Okay. Okay, Herbert Devonish, another one of the UE contributors, also argued for the use of the native tongue in schools. We do not have any writings on this particular person. This is the first time I came across his name as one of the Caribbean writers, so I could only give what was here.
Okay.
And beg your pardon?
If one of you can shed light on your work,
Yes.
I please do. Yes.
Well, he's now Professor Herbert Devonish, but then Hubert Devonish, sorry. But what I know he lobbies for is for Jamaican Creole to have a standard dictionary.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a standard writing then. And today, I think we have a standard writing and also our Bible being written in Patois, which he lobbies for in Parliament. We heard the lobby for it is in Patois. Okay, so his aim is to allow the Jamaican Creole to be seen as a language in itself. Yes, it should be seen as a language for communication in terms of, say for instance, when you are having news, hurricane bulletin, not everybody in the society would understand certain terminology used in English. So that's one of the implications he lobbied for in terms of having the language being spread across the spectrum in an acceptable way. I don't know if you understand a sub-language in a format. Understand?
Yes, I do get it.
So he is one of the main persons who actually lobbies with all these other linguists to enable Jamaican Creole to be seen as a language for Jamaicans.
Okay. And to be accepted in all aspects, written and spoken, or
Right.
spoken and written. Okay.
Jamaican Creole can be, actually it's being used on radio talk shows, it's used among our politicians in Parliament, it's used in our newspaper, especially like in cartoons and all of that. So it's used within a wide spectrum of our society.
May I add something here, though, Norma?
Yes,
That we must be careful that we do not attribute the use or the widespread use of Creole in Jamaica to the to Demonish's attempts, because the truth is that we have been doing so incrementally. Yes. Yes, so while we might have had some kind of impact, we do not know to what extent, but we must not think that it is his sole advocacy that has really created this. Incidentally, isn't he the head of linguistics here? Yes, Professor Hubert Devonish is the head of linguistics here. And he has been advocating for teachers and grades 1 to 3, somewhere there, to teach students using their L1. It has not been gaining traction because one of the age-old comments before Devonish even started was that the rich people had the educated ones who can afford to give their children what is deemed to be good education, make sure that their children can speak English. Some of them don't even send their children to university in Jamaica, they send them overseas. So they are the ones advocating for the use of patois, or well, I'm going to talk about patois shortly, Ms. Dorma. For the use of patois in schools, that's what they say. All right? So Devonish did indeed, and his group of people did indeed get a bashing for that. And we have not seen much happening, although they really tried to get it passed. I wanted to comment on the use of the word patois, because I would prefer that our language specialists do not use that term, because when you really look up the meaning of the word patois, it is a degenerate language, a degenerate form of language. So we don't want to go that route. That's why we have been trying to, use another terminology instead of patois. All right, so we sort of contextualize whatever niche is for you. All right, so he drives
Okay.
here and has been doing so for quite a while.
Okay. All right. And next we have Velma Pollard, that we are very familiar with. And Velma Pollard has spoken about a lot of the use of language contrast in the teaching of English, and the contrast between the standard English and the Jamaican Creole. Okay, so that the students can see and conceptualize the mistakes that they make with the two. She identifies also a lot of the little problems that they make, like not pluralizing the verb with the S or the addition, but instead using a marker or an indicator, and the verb stays as is. What else did she speak about? So all of these different things, Velma Pollard has identified as one of the usual happenings with the speech.
Well, she did include to Lyra what she coined as dread talk.
Yes, that's what I'm just coming to.
Yes, okay, go ahead with it.
And she introduced these varieties of other Jamaicans as dread talk, and she says that it has had an infusion even in the Jamaican English. And at this moment, Kira will say something about Velma Pollard's contribution to even dread talk on St. Lucian Creole. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying to Lyra earlier that.
Mike?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
A little better. Are you hearing her?
Hello?
Yes, a little better.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah. It could be louder. It's freezing. Kira, she's frozen.
Okay, Kira seems to be frozen, so I'll just try to say what I know she was. What she said is that, well, the dread talk, the Jamaican dread talk is basically the way that the Rastafarians speak. So the use of words such as I to refer to myself and all of these other things, she's saying has had a huge impact upon the way that we speak English, well, the way that English is spoken in Jamaica. And Kira said that she read that she even identified that even the dread talk has even had an impact upon the language, the English language that is spoken in St. Lucia. Okay, I don't know where she read it, but she said that she noticed that. And indeed, when we
information, you know. You would really love to get that one.
Yes, no, but really, when you think about the way that a lot of the youth, the way that they speak, it does include a lot of the dread talk, like the Irie. They'll say things to each other like, "You're right, yeah, Irie. Yeah, what are you doing there? I there cooling out." These are the things that they say. These are the things that the youth say. So it really does stem from that same dread talk.
Yes.
Okay. And I said that her strategy was to identify language contrasting, language awareness of the two, make the students aware of the two different languages, so that they can avoid making the mistakes, and so that they can use each language in its proper context. Kira is supposed to do the part that's coming up, but
Yes, maybe we should take a break now and hope that she comes back on soon. Eh?
Okay, all right.
Break at this time. We have lost two. It's unfortunate. You know.
She'll be back soon. She probably just had to restart her device.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a break at this time and come back in another 5 minutes.
Okay. All right.
She'll be back with us. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Kira, are you hearing us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, we are happy to see you back, but we gave a 5-minute break so that you could sort yourself out. So please take your break now and come back in 5 minutes, all right?
Okay.
Yeah. Kira, are you behind there?
Yes.
All right, good. We're all back now. All right, I'm giving you about 3 minutes. Vera, you had finished. Kira, I understand that you have something very interesting to add. I understand that you want to share with us some findings of how Dread Talk has been influencing your talk in St. Lucia.
Yes.
Please share some with us. We have a little 2-minute window, 2 to 3 minutes good video.
Okay, well, what I got from Pollard's book, well, from what I was able to read, and also from actual experience, is that a lot of what is considered dread talk, Jamaican dread talk, actually influenced St. Lucian Creole, or the Creole spoken by the Rastafarians in St. Lucia. So, for example, we have words that, for example, I think Jamaican Rastas, they consider that standard English and Jamaican Creole did not give justice to they don't express their situation properly, like exactly what they were going through in the society. And so they invented a lot of I words, such as Inity for unity, iration for creation, and we have that. We have those words also in St. Lucian Rastas speak. Also, the word downpression for oppression. So you see a lot of the lexicon of the dread talk influencing St. Lucian Rasta Creole. And it was mostly, I think she was saying, mostly through the music of people like Bob Marley and Peter Tosh, that you get the influence that language or that variety of Jamaican Creole was able to influence St. Lucian Creole. But mostly St. Lucian English Creole, not the French Creole, it was English Creole.
Thank you. Are you through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your submission, ladies. You have covered lecture 1. Of course, it means that we all must read for ourselves that lecture, because you gave a synopsis, and there are several details in that chapter, yes, that shows you how some of our experiences here, some of our challenges here are replicated elsewhere, you know. And it is maybe showing us that maybe one day we can see Creole getting a greater pride of place. We have seen in places where places that had were involved in wars, you know, and were sworn enemies, and where English was never spoken, are now speaking English. And that is amazing, because one would think that you would not want to speak the language of the enemy. Yes, we have seen where, just as how you say the lines between Creole and language are blurred, we have seen this blurring taking place elsewhere. Yes, even in Singapore, to the point where they now have what is called Singlish. You know, so we need to make sure that we find that space, and not to read in a rush, but to find that space to read these articles so that we can be empowered. We have been speaking about teacher empowerment, you know, teacher self-actualization. That's a term used by Terry Ann. And Dorma keeps talking about empowering, being a nation builder. So we need to be familiar with what is happening here, and to see how we can shape our own practice. Yes, in light of the information. Yes, Kira?
Oh, we had not finished with our presentation. We still wanted to speak about the Rose curriculum and other points that Miss Bryan makes in the lecture.
Yes?
So if we may be allowed to continue.
Yes, go ahead, quickly.
Okay. All right, so she wanted to look at different look at the Rose curriculum, the reform of secondary education English curriculum, which was piloted in 1989 as a means of promoting access and equity through the implementation of a standard English curriculum for all Jamaican secondary school students. And the issues tackled in that curriculum were the nature of English and also the lack of attention to bilingualism and other language problems. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, the Rose curriculum took a humanistic approach to teaching where it was person-centered and it fostered the students' desire to learn and tried to motivate the students to learn English. There was an emphasis on communication, on language function, on the writing process, and they used English texts that viewed Jamaican Creole as an equal partner in education. And the language and activities that were in the curriculum will try to mirror students' experiences. Initial reaction to the Rose curriculum was that some of the texts, the bilingual texts, were either ignored or the teachers treated them as something mystical, something mystifying. And so then they went on to Pollard's from Creole to Standard English as an alternative where they tried to use error analysis to see how they could improve student competence in English.
Yes.
Okay. So they decided to try to revisit the curriculum of the primary school and to see how they could use the home language as a bridge to get students to the target language.
Yes.
Okay, so moving from the 1980s, we go to the 1990s where there was a focus on literacy. And we saw the book flood method promoted by Wilson, Smickle, and Mitchell, where they suggested an immersion in literature and a promotion of extensive reading on the part of the students. We have some contributions by UWI, by the School of Education, where we have Meta Bogle designing the literacy studies degree. There's an expansion of graduate work and formation of literacy professionals, and the grade 4 literacy test and the GSTAT were implemented. And also we have the language education policy of 2001, which made recommendations for language teaching based on Craig's transitional bilingualism. Okay. In terms of projects, you have the Caribbean Center of Excellence in Teacher Training, which encouraged teachers to create a print-rich environment with using phonological awareness, word recognition, fluency, and vocabulary and comprehension, but that was not sustainable like the other projects that they tried. These were not sustainable mainly due to costs. Okay. And then in the results of the trend, Miss Dr. Bryant says that a lot of the results were inadequate when you look at the grade 4 literacy tests, where it showed in 2003 students had a 57% pass. It went up to 74% in 2001. But when you compare that to those same students who would do the grade 11 exam, you have a lot of the students who had done the grade 4 exam, those same students who had done the grade 4 exam and had done so well, they had actually gone down, their performance had actually gone down. And that, she said that could have been the result of high student absenteeism, for one, or the result of teacher qualification. And Dr. Bryant said that only as of 2012, I think, the lecture was 2012, that 32% of the teaching force was actually qualified to teach English. So you had a lot of teachers who taught math or something else, some other subjects who felt, but the principals felt that they could teach English, but what they really needed were teachers who had actually been trained in the teaching of English, and then that was not what was available in the majority of the cases in Jamaica.
Thank you. So we have seen where, since post-independence, there have been a number of initiatives, a number of projects, but for one reason or other, some have been shelved. We have learned that funding becomes non-existent after a time. And so we had to share some of these programs, even though they seem to have worked, yes? So we should be thinking, what about continuity of good programs, good initiatives, yes? It's important to note as well the disconnect, the gap, if you will, between the students' performance at the primary level, because when they do grade 4 literacy test and the grade 6 achievement test, they seem to be, many of them seem to be doing pretty well in terms of their language use. Where we have so many 60-odd%, sometimes 70-odd%, I'm not finding the page right now, of students who, we're looking at the students' performance in English in these examinations, yet when you get to 6C, then we have a different picture. Because in 2011, only 39.4% of the eligible cohort in Jamaica passed English. Yes? And of that 39.4%, I can imagine how many really got a 1. Yes, we don't have the statistics right here now, but you can imagine how many could possibly get a 1. So it tells you that something has gone wrong. How can it be that they're coming from lower school with 60-odd% or 70-odd% pass, and then they drop all the way down to below 40% in the secondary exit examination? So we have some issues there, and we see some challenges there for us as teachers of English. Yes? All right. It's a pity that Carrie-Ann was not able to handle her section. I'll try to wrap it up in 2 minutes because we have Sashawn and Dharma who will be presenting. And their presentation will cut across both articles, both lectures. But in the first lecture, we saw Brian looking quite a bit at the primary, because she said if the secondary is having a problem, then more than likely it is couched in the primary component. And so she justified why she said so by sharing up with us what really obtained. But then by the second lecture, she has gone a bit further. She is now looking at early writing in schools. She has even looked at the early childhood education. So she's now gone below primary. And by the way, for your information, primary education is from the kinder section below grade 1, yes, all the way to grade 3 in primary schools. Yes, that's how we define early childhood education here. So a teacher in the primary school teaching grades 1 to 3, right? That teacher is regarded as an early childhood education teacher. And so Bran has now decided to turn her attention to this category of teachers, because she has given some rationale here where although there was some improvement seen in the grade 4 literacy test, it was slow growth, yes, and quite too many of them were falling below or failing the national test. So she has gone beyond primary, so she was at secondary, she looked at primary, now she's looking at early childhood education. She has seen where she has cited many, the works of many. Craig again, she has cited, Stewart, she has cited, and so on, looking at how they have carried out certain studies and so on. But at the end of the day, she's saying, in spite of, we don't have many research going on in the early childhood area. So there's a positive there of research. But she has looked at a few that have been conducted, and she has looked at the fact that some have instituted the literacy-based approach, and she's making mention of Winston and Snyder, who did that. She's looked at her own work in primary schools, well, her own work looking at best practices in primary school. That's her own research work. And she has come up with about 4 key principles that seem to work. And one key principle is immersion. Dorma, do we know what immersion is?
Immersion in terms of, I didn't get the first
I'm saying that immersion, in order to get students to do well in school,
yes.
one principle is to immerse them in the target language. And so what does immersion mean in this context?
Well, I think it means that you allow competency through what we call like community literacy. In terms of you allow the everyday practical use of the language. Like you go shopping, you allow students to read instruction, read ingredients, ask them about certain content things. The culture, whatever. What English doesn't have.
All right, I hear you. I'm not sure that's immersion though. I'm not sure that's immersion yet. It could be, but I'm not so sure that's immersion. Let's hear from Kira. What do you understand by the term immersion, Kira?
It would be where 100% of the class is conducted in the foreign language. So you have instruction in that language, either to doing any activity, you try to get them to do the activity in the language, like Doma mentioned, if they were going shopping or you have them doing a skit like that, or if they were preparing a menu for cooking. But the whole point is that everything has to be done in the target language. That you try to keep, if you like for Spanish, you try to keep the English out of the classroom and have them only to use the Spanish in the classroom.
Let me hear from, thank you. Let me hear from Lyra.
Okay, the exact same thing, the use of that language, the target language mainly. I think, what theory? Krashen? I think Krashen identifies something similar where he says that the more comprehensible input that the students get, the learners get in the target language, makes it better for them in acquiring that language. So the more that you allow these students to immerse themselves, that is the language that is spoken in the class. It is the language that you give them a lot of authentic, real situations to interact in and to participate in. Then it makes it a lot easier for them to pick it up. So basically they immerse themselves in that language. They speak it, they write it, they see it, everything.
All right. It's a little more than that, actually. It has to do with the literature that you provide for them. so that they are flooded with text.
Oh.
They have to do a lot of reading. Reading to get ideas to express themselves. Reading to develop their vocabulary.
Yes.
Reading to develop syntactical structures and so on, yes, in the target language. So immersion here is more flooding them with reading materials. Hence, the LMW series, Kira, yes, the language workshop materials for them to read, because we know that in the homes, there are often, many of these homes don't have the kind of literature or any literature at all. I can recall when my brother did his research a couple of years ago in this local as well. And there was a primary school nearby, and there was a little boy who was really literacy challenged. And he decided to use him as, you know, one of his little projects. And he went home to have dialogue with the parents and to get a sense of what home looked like while this boy was performing at this level. And when he went there was no writing material and no reading material except one thing. And that one thing was the horse racing program. So you knew which jockey was going to ride which horse on which race day. That was the only thing provided for the child. All right, well, not provided for the child, but that was the thing in the home for the child to interact with as reading material. So it's suggested that immersion takes place. It is suggested that we practice, practice, practice. And what some of you said to me earlier could possibly be related to practice, because the opportunities for students to use the language in authentic context becomes practice. When you're going out on the road and there's environmental print and so on, yes, you get them to practice out there, whether as a parent, as a teacher, whatever. We're now teachers, so we're talking like teachers, using environmental print. So that's another principle, practice. So first principle that Brian mentioned here is immersion. The next is practice. The next is structured support. And she sees this as being extremely powerful orientation. And when we think of structured report, I'm sure we mentioned this in the last class, it's about being very deliberate about the structure of a lesson and the structure of lessons across time. Ensuring that students know that on a daily basis, they must write. Yes? And writing may take an hour. Right now, if you're looking at lower school, if it is early childhood, then some of them are like 50 minutes, whatever. If it's, some of them is like 1 hour for a particular subject and so on. But they know that there's a specific time being created for writing, and during this writing period, we have to read or we have to do quite a few things, yes? They look forward to structure. And the final principle suggested by Brian here is contrasts. Contrasts. What are we contrasting? Languages. So first language versus second language. So we have translation exercises and so on, and so we have seen a teacher done a beautiful job of using music to do that. All right. children listening to songs that they like, enjoying the song, even performing the song, looking at the meaning of the song, and then at the end of time now moving to translating from one language to the next. So she's looking at that. But I want us to understand that in this second lecture, Brian is focusing on developing students' writing. And I'm looking at page 45. In the middle of page 45, for those who can access it, have you found that page? All right, beautiful. She's reporting on a study done by Cox in 2006. And the question, the main research question here in a group of grade 4 students was, what do the children do when writing, which suggests that they are having difficulty? She observed the children in class, interviewed them, and then analyzed their work. She found that there were a number of process problems in the writing produced. And I'm going to pause here for you to silently read to the end of that paragraph for you to understand the psycholinguistic aspect of writing. Just the end of the paragraph, no further. I'll read the last line for my St. Lucian friends so that they can make sense of it. The child here says, Miss, that's referring to the teacher, okay? Miss, me make up something and no me feel right, me no member. Yes. Do you understand that solutions? So you see, writing is multifaceted, yes? And when you're not comfortable with it, then you undergo all sorts of stress, and it is demonstrated in various ways. So I'm gazing off into space by rubbing more frequently, even at the university level. When I give my students some, like, let's say they're under test conditions and they're writing an 800-word essay, let me tell you something. When you get to line 6, they count the number of words. When they get to line 10, they count the number of words. That shows tension, yes? They well want to get to the end, you know. So what she said that what she quoted Cox in that respect. And she's making a case for supporting writing in classrooms. And she made a reference to Nero, 2001, and Ruiz, 1998, because they pointed out that L1 is a problem, but then again, it is a resource.
Yes.
And then again, it is a right of the student. Remember, we spoke about rights of students earlier on the 4-point presentation. It is a right of students, right? The United Nations telling us that, all right? And it's a nice to read, and we go on over because I've gone beyond the time I said I would take. And she goes on to show that writing needs to be supported within the community. And the first point she makes is about environmental print. And that is we need to make use of all those nice things that surround us that we take for granted. Yes? Pointing out that English is not just simply grammar. It refers to the notices that we see posted around. So if on the door we see open, that's an opportunity to build a sight word. And that sight word will eventually translate into the child's writing vocabulary. Yes? It's about passing by Burger King and making the child realize there is Burger King. Yes? And so on. We are entering through some doors here that talk about push and pull, the same thing. Point it out to the child and so on. So we have to use of environmental print. In support of writing, again, she made mention of phonological awareness. That's the first aspect of literacy, actually, you know. It comes before phonics instruction. Yes, where children are just hearing the language. That's all. They can't do a thing. They don't know A, B, or C. It is hearing the language that is important. Yes, and we can use technology right here to help us, to help them hear the language. Yes, and so on. And she spoke about the third factor being the immersion, book flood strategy. And book flood can be accompanied by use of technology, CDs and so on, DVDs. We now have tablets, yes? So we can have those things to support us. And the final thing she says here is that the students' experiences, and Lyra, this is for you, page 49. Look at page 49, the bottom of page 49. Read that quietly for me. Do you see why it's for you, Lyra?
Yes, I'm noticing that she's speaking about using field trip activities for the students. So they're placing them in real, authentic situations so that they have something to write about and they have the process. Okay. She said that activities such as going to the market or church or any other journey, or even sharing pictures of a household chore. I found it interesting here that she said that the use of the teacher providing, the teacher's insistence on providing a topic and was not, like it was not effective because the real person training investigation. Oh, okay. Sorry, I read it wrong. Okay, so it's because of the teacher's insistence on giving a topic, it was not interesting to the students.
Yes.
Okay, so instead, what should have been done, that's what she's saying, because the students lack the motivation
Yes.
They did not have the interaction, they didn't have the motivation to write. So instead, she's saying that, you should take them on field trips, which included the activities that I said earlier.
Yeah, yeah. And not just that, but involving students more in the topic, even from the point of topic selection.
Yes.
Having students share topics that they would like to write on. We can create a bank,
Yes.
If each child gives a topic, yes, you can create a bank. And later on, when you're ready to write, students can pull a topic from the bank. You engage the processes, brainstorming and so on, the concept and so on before they write. Yes? So it generates more interest, because sometimes when they find it boring, it's just that they cannot express themselves very well. Sometimes the topic itself may not be boring, but they do not have the content. Do you get me?
That's a problem that
Yes.
Kira and I can attest to the Spanish and the French.
Yes.
Oftentimes they're excited when it comes to the topic. They know about it, but to find the words in French or Spanish, they can't find it, so they get bored and disinterested and go on them.
So some of those students could generally benefit from immersion too,
Yes.
to build vocabulary. Yes, yes, yes. All right. May we move on from here? May we have the final group making its presentation? And maybe what we could do, we have, it's 6:20, but it's not a problem if my PowerPoint can't be shown, because my PowerPoint is maybe overlapping with you in some respects because of the same topic I'm going to PowerPoint on. So it could very well serve as a bridge between today's lesson and next lesson. I can always begin my next lesson with my PowerPoint. No problem. Yeah, so feel free to, take us through what you originally planned to take us through.
Okay. So I'll be looking at the goals, Dharma and I will be looking at the goals and expectations of the language teacher. So based on all that was.
Well, let me just verify that they're hearing you well. Lira and Kira, are you hearing us well?
No, I was just about to identify. No, she's very muffled and low. So just speak a little louder.
Speak more clearly, and you have to open up your mouth so that the sound flows.
Okay, are you hearing me now? Sure.
Good.
All right, Dharma and I are going to be looking at goals and expectations of the language teacher. So basically what I've gotten from both lecture 1 and lecture 2, they're taking us through the phase of pre-independence and post-independence of how the Creole language versus the battle or the arena of the English language and the Creole language. The first expectation I identified was, why do you teach English? Why do teachers of English want to teach English? That is the first question the language teacher should ask herself. Teachers need to know that English is a universal language, and you can make reference to page 14 of the document. Page 14 of the document, where they highlight for us the amount of persons in the world that speak in the English language. Yes, it is second, yes, it is second to Mandarin, which is from China, which is the form of Chinese. All right, it is second goal, or this can be a goal for the teacher as well as an expectation for the teacher. And that's kind of on page 20, it makes mention of competence. First of all, if the teacher is going to teach English, she ought to be competent in English as well, right? So this is not a joke, this is true. This is true. I can go back to the example that Miss used yesterday with the teacher, with the music teacher, with the egg and cake, right? most times, Kira and Lyra, or teachers that we generate in our system, they too are native speakers of Jamaican Creole, right? They they code switch as well, and they have been brought up in Creole speaking environments where their parents, right, their parents were not standard English speakers. So it is of importance that the teacher of English language knows the language extremely well. Also, in terms of the students, it's also the teacher's goal to ensure that the students are competent in the language as well. How the teacher can ensure competence is by applying the principles that was mentioned earlier on immersion, through writing in literature, culture as well, practice, and also employing the strategy of contrasting that Dennis Craig mentioned. All right, another expectation: assessment, evaluation, and training. Teachers ought to be assessing students to know the level at which they are at. You don't just teach in isolation. What do you want to get out of your students? Why are you going to test them to see if they have understood whatever concept or topic you have grasped? Also, the teachers themselves must be trained, right? We can't have, this happens too many times in our system. We have teachers who they go through the high school system and they have the subjects and they have gone ahead and gotten a degree, say for example in French or maths, but because you did well, probably the principal or the head of the department will call upon you and say, all right, you speak so well, go and teach English or teach so and so. The teachers must be trained in the area of specialty that they teach. Our teachers must also be able to strike a balance, not just in oral communication, but in writing for communication or writing as communication, right? Also, the child must be enriched with the child must be enriched with not environment, but the news information that is coming directly from the L2 at all levels. So for example, if the child is at the primary level, he or she must be enriched with materials for the level at which they are at in order to build them up, build competence. And that too we can refer to I think that's Krashen's theory. The input theory.
Input hypothesis.
Yes, input hypothesis. All right. Another problem, another expectation is that the teacher doesn't really know who she's teaching. So it is his or her duty to teach for what we call social justice, because when they were making reference to the implementation of the literacy exams in Jamaica, what they realized is that most of the students who had failed the literacy exam were students, or the issue or the problem why they had failed is because of community and family. So I guess in the community, English is not spoken. Within the immediate family surrounding, whether it be parents or guardian, whoever the student lives with, English is also not their L1 as well. So the teacher needs to teach for social justice. Some activities would include having students who work outside of school, community projects, and so on. So a national focus would be necessary. Also, the teacher is expected to maintain success from the implementation of the GSAT as well as the literacy test. The first, I think for 1 year, the results were like 57% passing for the literacy exam, and then we realized that each year, when it was first implemented, each year it continues to get better and better. So if it's going to be getting better and better, and students are to become more competent, then the teacher is expected to maintain these results. In maintaining these results, the teacher will have to ensure that the methods and strategies that she's using are appropriate for the students to gain the competence.
And may I just interject here? Sure. And not just maintaining, but improving, right?
Improving, yes. Maintaining and improving. That's very essential. Yes, very essential. Also, the teacher is expected to ensure that an early assessment of her class is done. Know what level your students are at and how to get them to the level that they ought to be in. Not that you want them to be what they ought to be in. And also being committed to follow on assessment. All right, so the teacher also needs to know how is expected. Another expectation is that the teacher needs to know how to teach the subject area effectively, right? I spoke about creating the balance by creating language awareness, that I think Dennis Craig spoke about that, creating language awareness, whereby you introduce them to the target, the L2 and the L1, compare and contrast the L1, so they know that, okay, we're in class, when we're going X and X place, and we're talking to such and such, this is what we use, this is what we say. Also, teacher is expected to motivate the students, and we just spoke about that a little earlier on, right? If the students have no motivation, they're not going to do work. They're just going to be lackadaisical, sit back and relax. This is talking, I don't know what she's talking about, I can't relate to it. So we need to find ways of motivating them, including them in the topic as Ms. Foster had mentioned before. And also, we mentioned this earlier on, providing a theme that they can relate to, because if they can't relate to the topic and they can't relate to the theme, then we really can't get anything out of them. Most of them, the ones who are probably not academically inclined. All right, so Norma will take over from here. All right.
Okay, I'll add a bit. Another expectation of the English teacher is that she should allow her students to see writing as a process, as cited by Brian with Cox 2006. And so students will be allowed to time for changes with their writing, presenting drafts and all of that. Also, Craig, he developed the language experience approach, wherein the teacher is expected to allow the students to interact with their language in order to generate ideas for writing. It is also expected that students should develop the same skills of, we now move away from the productive skill of writing to process writing. So within this productive skills, Ms. Brian mentioned, is that they should be aware of the subsystems such as the phonological, the orthographical, which has to do with the visual shape and structure of words, and morphological, the morphology of the language. So this has the morphology has to do with the structure. So the goal is not just to prescriptively tell them about morphology, phonology, and orthography. However, during the process writing and the interactive interaction with the EDLA approach, then students will actually blend reading and writing, which is a part of acquiring a language, to become more competent. I really don't have much goals and expectations because Sasha and I are working and she did most. So basically, this has actually helped us in summary, and I'll just go over them. The immersion which Sasha mentioned about in terms of, I think it was Christine, Pauline Christie in 2006, she mentioned, which can be compared to immersion, in that if students are exposed to the target language every day in different facets, it actually helps in the reading, writing, and speaking. So that is one goal and one aim of the English teacher, is to allow not just an enriched classroom environment with charts and the different mediums of language structure on the classroom, but it should be alive in the classroom. Language should be alive. So the activities surrounding language learning, it should be, well, we keep on saying authentic, which is the word. So in terms of, we have to let them know like speech and drama, and music, and I remember this poem, Back to Africa, Miss Matty, a whole genre of language use can come out of that. In terms of you dramatize it, you can create a song out of it, you can, all sorts of language thing can come out of it. So basically, the English teacher needs to have, and it's like I'm repeating now, but a little more in terms of, you must have language background, you must have a linguistic background, you must be trained in language communication and all that, and you must be aware of how to allow your students to be competent with the use of the language.
Thank you very much. Are you okay? You have disappeared on us? Okay, we're seeing you now. All right. Is there anything that you want to say, ladies? Because we have a little more time. I could actually show the PowerPoint that reflects what they have said. But do you have anything to say before I launch that document? No? All right. All right, then let me just pull it up. And you are seeing, right? It so happens though that the view I want you to see, hold on, what is this I'm putting up here? Yeah. Why are you here? I want to see this right there. All right. Yes.
Are you going to send us English or
No, I'm not sending you anything. This is supposed, they're supposed to have told you how to access it because this lesson is being recorded. So they said they told you where you can find these things. I don't even know where that is. Okay. So we'll talk more about that, all right? All right, so I have put the goals and expectations on the two headings. And we expect the teacher to use the learner's first language as a bridge to their second language. Yes. We expect them to And that's a goal. But this goal doesn't match with this expectation, you know. As a matter of fact, what I could do is just go straight through the goals and then come back because I didn't expect it to come on like this. But anyway, so to use the learner's first language separate, to enable the development of learners' English language skills, to embrace a diagnostic orientation to curriculum development. That means just don't get up and develop a curriculum without having what you call it now, without having the proper foundation for such development. So we ought to be engaged in means of diagnosing our students' needs. Yes. So the buzzword this evening is the buzzword expression is students' needs this evening, all right? To develop language awareness as a prerequisite to treating with learners' language errors. To develop language awareness as a prerequisite to treating. So you, as you rightly said, you need to, if you do not have the prerequisite knowledge, you need to take it on yourself, as you haven't done here, to come here to develop this knowledge. Yes, and when you should be graduates of this institution, it doesn't mean that you have learned it all as yet. Yes, but your appetite was opened up. Yes. As a matter of fact, many of the things I know now, I did so having been motivated to learn more.
Yes. What you are doing right now.
Thank you. Another goal is to respect learners' cultural practices and experiential background. Yes? To what extent can we respect? What does that look like? We're talking about having ascertained what these are, how can we incorporate them into our English language lessons? This would help to motivate students. This would definitely draw on students' interest. And I'm sure too that the content would be positively impacted because they are required to write about things that they know. Yes. Maybe now move to the expectation side. Teachers are expected to have an understanding of English as an arena and a subject. And using the arena, we should recognize by now that that's Graham's term that I have put here. So it is an arena where it's a political arena and otherwise, yes, where they expect us to learn this thing for trade and nation building and all these words, prestige and all these words. And it is also a subject in your classroom, yes, that you hope as you fail to have them pass for whatever reason. Teachers are expected to, just to make sure this I did my hand, okay, fine. But teachers are expected to be knowledgeable about the grammar of both Creole and English language, because if you're going to be engaged in translation exercises, if you're going to understand why a particular construction is the way it is, then you would recognize that it is Creole interference, yes? And so when children say, the boy run, yes, in a present tense form. And even if it's a past tense form and the boy says that, then if we have a sound knowledge of Creole grammar, then we will know that in the Jamaican context, our verbs do not undergo any changes in base form that's used, and we use some other term as a tense marker. Yes? And so we will understand and know how to explain to students. Because you see, one of the things is we need to know in order to share with them. They're not to be kept in the dark while we are telling them, no, that's not how it works. They know what they need to know. Yes? So that they themselves can develop a critical awareness. Remember, that's another buzzword expression this afternoon. Another expectation is that the teacher is expected to know how to select appropriate methods to teach English. And I heard your group, Norma, making reference to some methods that teachers should be using. Appropriate methods to teach English within the particular classroom concept, because we do not invite a one-size-fits-all approach. Because you can go to one primary classroom and the students are speaking English, and you can go to another primary classroom and they're not speaking English. Teacher once shared with me that she was in one of our rural communities. That's where she was, you know, on the hilltop somewhere. And she said to this little girl, come here. And the little girl stood looking at her. And she said, come here. And the child still stood looking at her. So she repeated herself. By this, of course, she was getting irate. And when she could not, that's a teacher, could not contain herself anymore, she blurted out, come here. And the child came. The child was just not understanding, come here. Okay. So we need to know the appropriate methods. We need to know, yes, that's right. Okay. So we need to understand our students' needs in order to select the right methods. Another expectation is for the teacher to develop English language lessons based on data derived from diagnostic tests. We have looked at that. Yes. The teacher is to be respectful and tolerant of learners' first language and experiential background. So we will never tell them to, come on, speak properly. What kind of bad language or bad English is that? We will not say those things to the children. We listen with respect and we will respond. As a matter of fact, I was doing research at a very prominent high school in Kingston here. And the teacher was delivering himself in impeccable English. Wow. And he used his multisyllabic term. Wow. And, you know, very bright little students, not very. And one boy just could not get it. So the boy asked him to, none of the boys spoke in English and asked him to, you know, like he told him he wasn't understanding. So the gentleman repeated himself, using other words in the sentence, but that particular word again. So he eventually realized that the word was the problem. So what he did was to revert to a slang, a Creole, but to a slang. And the boy said, then sir, I got you didn't really understand. And you could have, yes. So sometimes it becomes necessary, yes. And but then you should know when to withdraw and so on. Scaffolding. Yes. And the last point I want to make on the teacher expectation is, or expectations of a teacher, not the teacher expectation, but expectations of a teacher, is that the teacher will be a reflexive, I notice I have a bold, the word, to be a reflexive practitioner. And reflexive is a little different from reflective.
Yes.
It captures reflective and more.
Okay.
Yes? Because when you're being reflective, you're looking at the self. Yes? But when you're reflexive, you're looking at the self as well as the students.
Okay.
And you're looking at what is it you need to share with them in order to develop their own ability to reflect, to be critically aware of their own needs
Okay.
and their own production. First of all, you reflect on self. And when you reflect on self and you understand self, then you approach a student and you engage a student in a one-to-one conference. Yes? And you talk to that student and find the needs. Remember, we made a distinction earlier on between objective and subjective needs. When you're engaging the concept of subjective needs, it means that you're not taking that you have all these years of experience and you know when a child needs so and so on. You are to engage a child in talk, to ascertain what's happening, what he thinks is happening, what way you can help, and so on. Yeah, so that you can plan a program of intervention for that child. Sometimes all you need is a mini lesson. Okay. Yes, anywhere under 15 minutes, we have a mini lesson with that child. Yes, and the problem is resolved. All right, but the key thing to remember is that we need to help our students to think about their own things. Sometimes you develop a checklist. Sometimes it is the same rubrics that you're using to mark their work, to familiarize them with it, so that they can do the application themselves to see where their shortfall is. So it's a means of empowering. Remember your favorite word there? Yeah, it's a means of empowering the teacher and the student at the same time. And that will help you significantly. It will not make your work look so arduous. Yes, in the beginning, it takes time. But once you have developed a particular way of thinking, it becomes the norm for that child, and you know, in scaffolding terms, you're going to with that child. Any questions? Any questions? Clear as day?
Well said.
All right, thank you, ladies. So we will hold these dear to us. We will not return to these next Wednesday, okay? So we have killed it today. But we have some planning to do now. It is my understanding that Lyra and Kira will be partners in this class. It is my understanding that Verna and Sashana are peers. Am I right, or is there any modification? Who? Who and Dorma? Sashana and Dorma. Okay, okay.
Well, Verna will have to be one.
Yes, Ashley wrote me, and we have Carrie Ann. As a matter of fact, we have 7 persons in this class. Yes. So Dorma, I'm going to, where are we? Dorma and Shoshana. So we are going to look now whether it's Vernon and Carrie Ann or Vernon and Ashley or whichever. But for right now, we are not going to include Ashley because she has not begun it. I do not know if her challenges will really sort themselves out. So I prefer to use Vernon and Carrie Ann until we are sure what's happening. Okay? Now, next week, Wednesday, we'll be looking at textbook evaluation, and this is now going to inform your first assignment. I have come to realize, though, that there is an issue in opening the sample evaluation. There's a sample one online, but there's an issue with it. I have informed the person who had uploaded it, so I'm awaiting. I don't know if it is on another soft copy somewhere that can be uploaded properly, so that I get a feel of it, yes? Similarly, there's a feel of the second assignment online. So that is that there. So we have more than a grant. On my schedule, I have grant. We have more than grant to work with for the evaluation exercise. Online, on Oral Daily, we have Milner, we have grant, and we have another entitled Textbook and Curricular Analysis. So there are 3 different readings. So what I'm going to do is to ask the peers to read one and to be responsible for its presentation. Okay? We are going, yes, you're going to be assigned. Lyra and Kira, you went first today. So I'm not going to make you go first next time around. I'm going to be nice to you next time around and take you out of the hot seats. And you know who we're going to put in the hot seat? We are going to, you see, I like when my students volunteer. We're going to put Norma and Shoshana first, Lyra second, and Vernon and Kerry third. So, Lyra and Kira, you will do middle now. Hold on. No. You will do grant. And Sashawn and Dorma, you will do middle now. And I will communicate. I will send you a note just to remind you, just in case you lose your little paper when you're jotting anything. And Vernon and Karen will get the thing. I want us to be able to, oh, by the way, remember when you get these readings, you're not confined to the one reading that I've given to you. Yes? Be very academic. That is the one that you're responsible for, but you can import, yes, other readings to enrich the presentation and the knowledge base of your peers. All right? But what we are looking for is the key considerations. What is to be taken into consideration when we are selecting a textbook? Yes? I don't know about you in St. Lucia, but we have an issue here. And the ministry is trying to stamp it out, the Ministry of Education. The problem is, for example, in 1 year, student might be a school may require a class to purchase Bekalam. By the following year, that same grade is no longer requiring students to use Bekalam, but to use something else. Yes? And that book could well be passed on to another member of the family or so on. Times are hard. Why is it that it cannot be used? What about it, you know? And that is so horrible that you could use. Why couldn't you? Many times just like the teachers don't like the book, you know? But that's a reality. The teachers don't like the book. So what thought had gone into its acquisition? None. It's just a matter of you see a book and, you know, they say it's for grade 9, so you buy it. So I want you to be more informed during the selection process. So we have to learn to match the book to our students. And so that's the purpose of that particular task. All right. Lyra, Kira, I'd asked you to look about a guest speaker for us. This guest speaker will be required to present to us on August 5. And on your schedule, yes, this guest speaker will be sharing his or her experience with us on 6C. The 6C exam material, the whole curriculum. Yes, that is what the CSEC K, yes? That is all that we will be doing that afternoon. All right? Looking, and we do not expect your guest speaker to be speaking for the entire 5 hours. Don't be wicked to your guest speaker.
Excuse me, Miss Foster.
Yes, we're speaking.
Yes, this is Kira. Is the guest speaker supposed expected to stay there for the whole 5 hours of class?
I didn't hear her.
She's asking if the guest speaker is supposed to stay for the whole 5 hours.
No. No, that's what we are saying. Don't be wicked to the guest speaker. Yes. What we've been doing is, one of the things we've been doing is looking at the requirements of CSEC and CAPE. And looking at how, and by the way, your job will also be to check this 6C portal, get a sense of what obtains. If you're not very familiar, you need to be familiar. You need to look at the curriculum itself. You have the booklet there. Yes, you need to be familiar with, and you're treating each differently, CSEC and CAPE. So between both of you, yes, you will make the decision who will get a CSEC individual and who will get a CAPE individual. CAPE, Communication Studies. Kira, do you know Communication Studies individual?
CAPE is what they do at A level.
Yes.
Oh.
That's A level is this, it's sixth form, is the 6C version of, no, sorry. Yes, CAPE is the 6C version of advanced levels in GC. You're not doing CAPE?
I think they are, because when I was at SARA, we did not do CAPE. When I was at A level, we didn't do CAPE. So I think by now they would be doing it, but I'm not sure what's happening.
You do those 6 in St. Lucia?
Yes, we do CSEC, but I'm not sure if they do CAPE at SARA. I think they
We
do.
we do CAPE. It's been about 2 years now. Yes, A levels have been phased out.
Okay.
Yeah. So sixth formers do CAPE. Yes. So you'd find one person for CAPE, one person for CSEC, and you will know the hour when the person. So as we move on, get nearer to the time, then you'll be told what hour of the day one could come, because we would need 2 of them same place, same time. Yes, unless they could want to have maybe 2 of them would give us a real good discussion in terms of the differences. Whatever, get a CAPE and get a CSEC individual. All right. So that is your task. My Jamaican leg here will source someone who can speak on the Rose curriculum. Yes, the Rose curriculum. So that would be from grades 7 to 9. Yes. So you need to find a teacher who has been doing that, and that person will be coming to us on the 31st. That is next week, Yes, the 31st is next week. Yes, so we will have someone who's going to come to us to talk to us about the Rose curriculum. Now, not many schools are on the Rose curriculum right now, but our job here is to make sure that we get a sense of what obtained and what went wrong while they are not on the Rose curriculum, yes? And your job is also to read up. You have Rose materials online. You have materials online, you know, it's 60 and so on. You have these materials. Look on the portal or daily portal, and you will see materials. But that's for next week, this time for the Rose people. On Tuesday, which is Wednesday, which is more immediate, we're talking about textbook evaluation. Thanks for being in class today, ladies. You have a safe and blessed weekend, and all of next week until I see you again.
Bye.
Bye.